Welcome to Redline. We've got Omnic taking on the favorite, Ignis, in today's exciting head-to-head match. Ignis really owns this head-to-head rivalry, leading 31-15 over his opponent. And since he just walked away with their most recent clash, the confidence is definitely on his side today. It will be tough for Omnic to turn things around. Ignis keeps the pressure on, leading 2-1. Coming off a tough stretch of 4 losses in a row. Omnic is really stepping up, shutting down Ignis even with him holding that height advantage on the ramp. He's showing some serious grit despite that poor run of form. Ignis is just one step closer to the finish. The higher ranked player is simply refusing to let the momentum shift. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, simply too fast for Omnic to keep up. The current top 30 rank is really putting on a show. He's just completely took over now, putting together a strong trio of rounds. What a lightning fast reaction from Omnic, continuing this brave charge back into the game. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to hold on for another victory. The underdog is definitely making a statement right now. Ignis was sitting pretty on that ramp, and he really took advantage of the height there. He looks completely comfortable with the lead today. Omnic stays out of trouble here, keeping his lead as we head into the final round of the half. He really wanted to seize that momentum before the first break. Ignis holds a narrow 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's the higher seed for a reason, and he's currently playing his part. Omnic is staying competitive, but the favorite still holds the upper hand. Fresh start for both players now. Omnic has had a really difficult stretch, dropping 4 of his last 5 matches across different maps, and it's clearly starting to weigh on him. I wonder if he can find a way to snap that slide before things get out of hand. Omnic puts on a strong display from the ramp, refusing to fade away. A huge confidence boost for him right now. Ignis holds a commanding 3-round cushion now. He has been a wall today, staying perfect in his other matches. Ignis is just too sharp from that ramp, and it feels like he's completely in control now. The gap between these two is really showing on the ladder. Ignis quickly shuts him down off the ramp to keep this run alive. He's really looking like the dominant force today. He is simply on another level right now, extending his streak to 4 and moving within striking distance of the victory. Finally, a break for the trailing player, but the pressure is still immense with Ignis needing just one more. A desperate scramble, but he managed to scrap out the win. Unreal. He shuts it down completely to seal the victory. He just completely outclassed his opponent in every exchange. It's a rough way to end things for the number 36 seed. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on Mapas, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster has a massive career lead in their head-to-head history with over 300 wins. It shows a deep familiarity with the matchup that Omnic is really struggling to overcome right now. The goal for the underdog is to find some stability here. Aster really took advantage of that height, cleaning things up from the ramp to regain control. The gap in their ladder standings is starting to feel real. Omnic has clawed back to make it a dead heat. Omnic is really fighting through a rough patch in the rankings today. Aster holds a slim edge as we enter round 6. Omnic has been having a rough run of things lately. These exchanges are getting shorter and shorter. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on. He just can't find an answer for that accuracy right now, extending his lead to 5-2. A clean win there for Omnic, refusing to let his opponent pull even further ahead. He's finally starting to find some openings in that defense. Absolute precision from Omnic, who just completely shut down any attempt at a comeback from the opponent. What a turnaround! He's completely seized the momentum and has leveled the score. Complete reversal of fortunes as we hit the deadlock. Aster gets the better of him there, claiming another one before we head into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's staying comfortably in the driver's seat for now. Omnic has shown some heart, but Aster is doing exactly what the rank suggested he'd do. Time to see who adapts. A flawless exchange for the challenger, who walks away completely unscathed to tighten this series. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to hold his lead. Aster is putting up an impressive 22-12 record in the last days, just a testament to how well he's performing across the board right now. He's making a habit of winning these exchanges early. Let's see if he can put the nail in the coffin quickly. An incredibly fast reaction, putting the sets completely level as he refuses to fade away. Aster barely keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. The difference in their ladder standing is certainly playing a part. Aster pulls ahead a bit more, leading 10-8. That 34% all-time win rate for the underdog is weighing heavy. A fierce exchange, but Aster comes out on top to push his lead to 11-8. The skill difference between these two is on full display right now. A heavy battle here, but he manages to outlast Aster to keep the deficit to 2. That's a huge confidence boost for the challenger right now. Aster secures another win, leaving him just one step away from victory. It's clear the higher rank is providing a huge advantage. He keeps fighting and secures another clean exchange to keep this duel alive. He's refusing to just go down without a fight. Game over. Aster takes the final duel from the ramp to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, proving he can trade blows with the best when he's on fire. He'll be gutted that it didn't go his way. Hard fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off on fast aim to see who wins it all. Ignis currently holds a 22-18 advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a psychological edge that seems to be sticking today. We have to see if Aster can lean on his superior map win rate to turn this around. Ignis is really playing fast today, just picking off Aster from the ramp to take the lead. He's clearly riding the momentum from that earlier 16-14 win. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece and the tension is rising. He's showing that class difference as the higher rated player right now. Aster finally pulls ahead, grabbing a crucial 3-2 lead. Aster really likes this layout with a 65% win rate here. Ignis is really picking up the pace now, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. A really strong showing from the lower rated player so far. Ignis is on a roll, utilizing that ramp position perfectly to extend his lead. Looking like a mirrored image of that close clash earlier today. Ignis is totally taking over the server with a huge 3-round surge. The lower ranked player is simply refusing to budge. Aster manages to hold the ramp high ground for a narrow victory. The higher rated player is finally digging in. Aster is really capitalizing on that high ground and looks completely locked in right now. Total reset now, right back to a dead heat. He's simply on fire now, taking a 3rd straight victory to secure a 1-round lead. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is definitely making his presence felt here. He's using that high map win rate to keep the favorite under pressure as we switch sides. Time to see if Ignis answers back. Aster's overall record shows a strong 67% win rate. It's really starting to translate into a dominant lead as he puts a massive grip on this series. He just needs a few more rounds to put this one to bed. Unreal. He claws back from the toolbox and survives by the skin of his teeth. Just a sliver of health left, yet he still comes out on top. Aster keeps the pressure on, holding a 2-round advantage. Coming into this one with a decent 23-12 record today. Aster is really starting to distance himself now, effortlessly picking Ignis right off that ramp. The 114 ranked player is certainly finding his form. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Aster barely survives with a single point of health left. Absolute nightmare for the favorite right now. Ignis gets the quick answer, picking his opponent right off the ramp. Aster reacts instantly to close the distance and put himself on the edge of victory. Game over. He closes it out from the wall to seal the victory. A huge momentum swing for the underdog, who just managed to flip the script and take the series. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Ignis facing off against Omnic in today's match. Ignis takes the early advantage by using that high ground for a quick opening kill. Ignis really owns this head-to-head matchup with 32 wins over Omnic. It's clear he knows exactly how to read his opponent's movement. Now, he just needs to stay composed to keep this momentum rolling. Ignis keeps pushing, leading 2-1 right now. He's certainly showing more resilience than in those recent losses. A classic mirror match, both players fought for the high ground, but Ignis was just a split second faster. Ignis is practically cruising with a dominant 4-1 lead. This looks like a repeat of their last encounter on red line. Absolute precision from the front runner, and now he's just completely taking over this match. He is playing exactly like the favorite right now. Omnic manages to claw one back, slowing down the onslaught. Coming off a rough stretch lately, that was a huge confidence boost. Omnic secures another wing from the box, showing some real grit to keep this rally alive. The pressure is starting to shift toward a higher seed. Omnic's current slump is really stark, with only 10% of his last 10 games going his way. It explains why he's struggling to hold on to a lead, even when he manages a few quick rounds. He's really fighting an uphill battle against his own recent form here. Ignis is still firmly in control at 7-4. He's definitely playing like the higher rated player today. Ignis holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's just outclassing his opponent as expected. With a 68% head-to-head win rate, Ignis is comfortably proving why he entered this match as the front runner. Fresh sides, let's see a Omnic narrows the gap slightly, trailing by 3. He's certainly trying to shake off those recent losses to Aster. He just shuts him down off the box, keeping this strong run going. He's looking more like a threat than those early ratings suggested. Ignis still holds a free round cushion over Omnic. That's a solid response after dropping his last game to Aster. Ignis is really putting the squeeze on at 10-6. Hard to see a way back for the number 36 ranked player. A total shutdown of that rally. He's just back in control with the perfect round. The gap in experience is really showing through now. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that trade, but it puts him just one round from victory. That was an incredibly shaky victory for the leader. Omnic shuts him down off the box, extending the struggle just a bit further. Still a massive gap between these two on the ladder. Game over. Ignis closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. A really clean showing from the top seed today, which is exactly what you'd expect given their history. Welcome to the arena. We've got Aster taking on Omnic in today's match, though the favorite looks strong here. Aster has held his ground in this rivalry throughout their long history, controlling about 74% of their meetings. It's a significant psychological lead that should keep him calm despite that early stumble. We'll see if Omnic can actually build on this moment. Aster's back in charge with a 2-1 lead. The rank difference is really showing itself here. He is simply too fast right now, taking total control of the map. He's really capitalizing on the mismatch in skill here. He's just untouchable right now, sweeping through another round without taking a single point of damage. He's playing a lot like he did in that recent 13-6 win. He's on fire, putting up another spotless round to extend his lead. This looks like a repeat of their last meeting on Blame Mapas. He's just completely taken over this match, moving into a huge 5-round lead. The gap in rating is just too wide to overcome. Omnic gets a sharp response here, snapping back into the game. Omnic has been struggling lately with a dismal 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. Seeing him push back like this is unexpected given how rough his recent form has been. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to stay in this series. He just cannot be stopped right now, carrying this momentum into the final round of the half. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the high-rated player is in control, but Omnic is making him work for every single point. Let's see if that pressure carries over. Fresh start for both players. Aster finds another one to push his lead to 8-5. Omnic is really feeling the weight of that rank 36 spot. Aster is just dominating from the ramp right now, picking up another quick win. Aster is pulling further ahead, now sitting at 9-6. A tough mountain to climb for the rank 36 player. He's showing real grit now, securing another fast victory to chip away at that lead. Things are getting tight as this gap begins to close. Aster holds the high ground here and makes a quick read to shut down that mini comeback. That's an impressive 23-12 record for him over the last day. He's refusing to back down, fighting his way back into this contest. Omnic is really putting the pressure on the favorite now. He catches Aster right off the ramp to close the gap to 10-9. We're seeing a total role reversal compared to how they started. Aster just needed to steady the ship, and he did it perfectly with that quick kill. That's a career win rate of 67%, speaking for itself. That's a huge response by Aster, bringing him right to the edge of victory. He really looks like the more composed player in this spot. Unbelievable! Aster closes out the map with a strong finish to seal the deal. A huge effort from Omnic to keep it competitive, but that's just another one for the history books. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Ignis are facing off on Italy today to see who comes out on top. Aster has been on a tear today with a 24-11 record over the last 24 hours. And he's carrying that momentum straight into this series. I wonder if Ignis will find a way to reclaim the overall lead he holds in their career rivalry. Ignis is looking really sharp right now, quickly taking control of this opening stretch. We're all squared up as Aster and Ignis reset. His higher ranking is starting to play a role here. Ignis holds a narrow lead as we head back. The historical edge is definitely on the other side of the scoreboard. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Aster somehow claws back to keep things level. That was a nail-biter, just barely scraping through that one. Aster just nudged ahead to claim a one-round advantage. He's really starting to put that overall win rate to use. He's just too fast right now, securing another quick victory to move the score to 5-3. He's absolutely on fire right now, picking up another clean point to stretch this lead. He is just completely in control, taking this 5th straight round with ease. Hard to see the favorite finding a way back into this. A sudden stop to the momentum as Ignis puts one more on the board. Still fighting a tough uphill battle here. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing way better than the betting outlook predicted. He really capitalized on that 5-round run to put the pressure on Ignis. Ignis needs to wake up now. Aster is clearly in his element today with a high 67% all-time win rate. I mean, that consistency is exactly why he's maintaining this gap. He's simply playing too clean for Ignis to find a footing. Aster is just cruising now with a dominant 10-5 lead. An immediate response to stay in full control. Aster is just blinking and it's over. He's making this look like a complete blowout right now. Ignis needs to string a few more of these together if he wants to climb back into this. He's just too quick for the opposition, putting him on the verge of closing this out. And that's it. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster finishes the fight to secure the victory. He really proved why he's the higher seed today, just outclassing his rival throughout the whole set. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Omnic taking on the heavily favored Ignis in today's match. Ignis clearly owns the historical matchup with a 69% win rate against his opponent, and honestly, that's making this early lead from Omnic a bit surprising. He needs to keep his composure if he wants to actually pull off the upset here. He's simply not letting up, extending his run to a perfect 3. Coming off an 8-game losing streak, he's looking completely revitalized. The response is immediate and he closes this out without taking any damage. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the favorite. The turnaround is happening as he secures another clean frame to bring it within 1. It's a scary look for the underdog right now. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing the series back to a dead heat. A sudden shift in power as the favorite claws his way back. Another fast reflex play puts him back in the lead. He's putting on a surprising show given his recent struggle. Omnic has really struggled recently with an 11-24 record over the last day. That makes this current momentum even more impressive. I wonder if he can keep this pace up and actually secure the series. He stays composed for a longer exchange to narrow this gap to just 1. He really needs to reclaim his role as the dominant player here. Unreal. They both nearly took each other out in that chaotic exchange, but he claws through for the win. He's staying strong as he continues this climb back toward a tie before the break. A much cleaner look for the favorite this time around. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic. You know that's a shocking start considering the gap in their rankings. The underdog is completely defying the odds right now by holding this narrow advantage. Let's see if Ignis can shake this off. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead up to 8-5. Hard to believe he's putting on this clinic right now. What a scramble! He manages to barely survive that exchange to keep the comeback alive. That's an important look for the higher seeded player. Omnic is just cruising along with a commanding 9-6 lead. Omnic is simply dominating, stretching this lead to 10-6. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He's just not stopping, keeping his foot on the gas to extend the streak. He's completely flipped the script on his usual 34% success rate. Ignis puts an end to the streak with a completely untracked finish. He's finally looking more like the top 30 competitor we expect. A total shutdown by Omnic, leaving the opponent dead in his tracks. The momentum is firmly with the lower ranked player. Ignis secures a clean victory from the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's desperately searching for a spark to flip the momentum. Ignis keeps the pressure high, shutting him down from the toxic to hold onto a fighting chance. The gap in skill is starting to show as he digs in. He strikes from the toxic again, keeping his momentum strong while facing match point. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another flawless frame to stay in this. Absolutely freezing out the opposition right now. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door with one final snap of the wrist to secure the series. He just proved he can hang with the heavy hitters today. Ignis fought back hard, but that final play sealed the deal. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a clash between Aster and Omnic, with the favorite looking for another big win. Omnic comes out swinging, catching Aster right as he was moving up the ramp. A very slow start for a player sitting in the top 15. Aster dominates the head-to-head record with a 74% win rate over Omnic. Well, he's usually the one in total control when these two face off. It will be interesting to see if he can reverse this early deficit. Deadlocked at 2-all, the tension is palpable. Omnic is definitely feeling the pressure of that ranking gap. That was a chaotic scramble for the high ground, but Omnic came out on top. He's definitely taking advantage of the momentum after that first round win. That was a lightning fast reaction by Aster to win the scramble for the ramp. Omnic is really struggling to find a way to answer that attack. Omnic just edges ahead with a tight 4-3 lead. A surprising look for the lower ranked player this early on. Aster claws back to tie it up at 4 apiece. He's certainly making the most of his ranking advantage here. Aster is starting to build a real lead here, and his confidence is clearly peaking. He really looks like the stronger player throughout today. Aster holds the vantage point on the ramp to keep this run going. Omnic is really feeling the weight of that rank 36 spot. Omnic finds his mark to keep the game close as they head toward the switch. A huge momentum shift right before the side switch. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's in the driver's seat as expected. Omnic fought hard to keep this a 2-round game, but the top seed is still in full control. Let's see if the lead holds. Unbelievable. Aster barely clings on with a sliver of health to take a brutal encounter. Absolutely heart-stopping way to secure that round. Aster puts a quick end to that attempt, clearing Omnic right off the ramp. He's looking very sharp after that 13-6 finish against Ignis. Another flawless sequence for the favorite who just can't be stopped right now. He's definitely putting that strong recent form on display. What a fight! Omnic barely walks away from that absolute slugfest with his life. He definitely needed to find a spark after that loss to Aster earlier. Aster is just far too consistent for Omnic to keep up with right now. He has a massive 336-116 career lead in these matchups. He is completely in control, putting himself just one round away from victory. The gap in raw skill is just too wide to bridge. Omnic manages to hold his ground and force a desperate situation for the frontrunner. What a finishing statement. Aster closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Another clean victory for the higher seed, who just seems to have everything figured out today. Welcome to Dunes. We have Esther and Ignis facing off today to see who can claim the victory. What a scramble! Both players traded heavy damage, but Ignis barely managed to pull through. Esther is carrying a lot of momentum with a 25-10 record over the last day. I mean, he seems completely comfortable in this server right now. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence outweighs the fact that Ignis actually holds the long-term edge in their head-to-head rivalry. We're totally deadlocked at 2 apiece here. Expectations are firmly set with that rank 13 seed showing his class. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, easily clearing Ignis right off that box. A tough spot for him after that loss to Omnic earlier. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The rank gap is definitely starting to show. Ignis responds instantly, shutting down that momentum with a lightning fast shot. Aster is really leaning into his current hot streak, taking a high percentage of his matches in the last 10. It's a sharp contrast to the struggle Ignis has faced in his most recent games. We'll have to see if that trend continues as the gap opens up. Ignis is showing great resolve here, shutting that one down effortlessly. He really needs to find some consistency here. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high as we approach the break. We've got a very tight battle heading into the midway point. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The underdog is definitely defying the odds here. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence that Ignis simply hasn't matched yet. Let's see how they handle the swap. He's starting to claw back into this game, proving he's got the grit to stay in the fight. He's really fighting to close that gap in their long-term head-to-head. A perfect counter-strike from Ignis, and now we are completely tied up. He looks completely refreshed now, playing the aggressor in these exchanges. Absolutely outclassed in this exchange. He has completely seized control of the match. It's a total turnaround for the higher seed today. He's just unstoppable right now, continuing this fierce rally toward 13. The favorite is finally showing the gap in raw skill. That's 5 in a row now, and he's barely even broken a sweat. He's certainly justifying that top seed position right now. Aster manages to shake things up, knocking Ignis right off the box. A sudden shift in the momentum at a critical time. What a chaotic trade. Both players were shredded, but Ignis manages to survive the brawl. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Unbelievable. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. Pure willpower from the underdog to keep this contest going. He's not letting this match slip away, shutting down the opposition with a clean burst. Ignis has completely flipped the script and now stands a single round away from victory. The higher seed is simply refusing to let the underdog breathe. What a finish! Ignis closes out the series with a huge performance to take home the win. Aster really fought through the end there, but he just couldn't find that final push to seal it. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're live at the arena for a great matchup between Omnic and the favorite, Ignis. Ignis really owns the head-to-head history, leading 33-16 across their encounters. But that's just a long-term story, and Omnic has recently shifted the dynamic in their favor. We have to see if that early lead is a flashing sign of another upset. Omnic is really capitalizing on the early pressure, simply refusing to let Ignis get settled. A tough start for the higher ranked player today. We've hit a dead heat with both players tied. Neither player has managed to pull away in this set. Omnic takes a narrow 3-2 lead into this next round. He's really defying those odds in this specific set. These exchanges are becoming lightning fast. That was a blink and you miss it sequence. Ignis claws back to lead 4-3. The gap in rank between these two is starting to show. He's simply not letting up, extending that hot streak to 3 rounds. He's definitely looking more like the heavy favorite right now. He secures another effortless kill from the ramp to maintain a commanding lead. The higher rank is putting on a clinic here. He's absolutely taking over, securing another huge win from the box to stretch the lead. What a scrap! Omnic nearly goes down but manages to clear Ignis off the box just in time. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, this is exactly what the numbers predicted. He looked far too strong during that 5-game run to let this slip away. Omnic really needs to find some rhythm. Omnic has a tough road today with a win rate of just 30% on this map. Well, it explains why he's been struggling to maintain a lead in the previous sets. I'm curious to see if he can keep this momentum through the second half. Ignis keeps his grip on this game by locking down the Tetris position. He's putting his overall experience to use in this set. He secures another huge victory from the box to keep the momentum flowing. He's really playing like the superior seed today. Omnic finds his mark, picking him off the box. He's certainly putting his lower rank to the test here. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, narrowing the gap to just 4 rounds. A lightning fast reaction there, and now Ignis is just a single point away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the victory. That's a huge rebound for the number 29 seed after their previous clash. He just proved way too consistent for the underdog today. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Omnic facing off, with Aster heading into this match as the clear favorite. Aster has an incredible historical lead with 337 total wins over Omnic, and he's continuing to push that advantage today. It looks like he's purely outclassing his opponent right now. I'm curious to see if Omnic can find any answer to that pressure. Omnic takes a surprising 2-1 lead right now. He's fighting through a tough 11-25 run across his matches today. Everything is back to a dead heat. Neither of these two can actually pull away from the other. This puts the pressure back on the lower ranked player. Omnic barely edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. It is rare to see someone in that bottom rank pushing the pace like this. Omnic is just dominating, extending that gap to 4-2. Aster usually makes a short meal of these encounters. The momentum has shifted entirely as he claims his third straight victory. Aster just effortlessly plucked him off the ramp to trim that lead. He's definitely starting to look like the high-seeded player now. He's showing real grit here, closing the gap to just 1 round. The gap on the ladder is starting to feel a bit smaller. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a dead even split. Just a massive contrast to those early rounds we saw. A quick reaction from Omnic to secure a narrow lead heading into the finale of the first half. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Honestly, Aster is playing exactly how we'd expect a top 15 player to handle a long game. He's keeping his cool while Omnic puts up a surprisingly stubborn... Sides are swapped. Let's get back in. Omnic claws back a single round to lead 7-6. That's a surprisingly consistent showing for someone sitting outside the top 30. Aster secures the tie and is showing real tenacity after trailing early on. The pressure is really mounting for the underranked player right now. Omnic finds another opening to move back ahead 8-7. Omnic is really playing out of his skin right now, taking a 9-7 lead despite his struggles today. It's a complete reversal of the usual trend we see in these two clashes. We'll have to see if Aster can shake off this cold streak and find his footing again. Another rapid hit and he completely levels the score at 9-9. It's becoming quite the battle of wills between these two. Omnic manages to outplay him right off the ramp, keeping his nose ahead in this series. Absolute precision here, to bring us back to a perfect deadlock. Both players are fighting a tough battle to claim the lead. Omnic is just refusing to let go of the lead in this series. He's showing some seriously impressive grit despite that 11-25 record today. A huge blow to Aster as his momentum evaporates, putting Omnic just 1 round away from victory. What a statement by Aster. He refuses to go quietly, staying perfectly intact in that exchange. Incredible! Omnic holds his ground and shuts the door to claim a massive victory. He's finally broken through that history and managed to take this one down. A truly legendary performance from the underdog today. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. We have Aster and Ignis facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster is looking strong here with a win rate of 75% on this map. It's an interesting contrast since he's coming into today on a 2-game losing streak. He clearly has the technical advantage on this layout, but the real test is whether he can maintain that pressure. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another perfect round. What a fight! Ignis barely walks away from that scrap and gets back into the series. That fight was absolute chaos from start to finish. He's not going away easily, continuing the search to pull within one round. He's really starting to tighten the grip on this series. A desperate scramble that nearly went the other way, but Ignis claws his way back to an even score. Total reset of the board now. Aster answers back immediately to reclaim a narrow lead. It's a tight battle, considering his higher ranking on the ladder. Ignis actually holds the overall lead in their career history with 23 wins. It's a bit surprising to see given the current momentum Aster has built. He's definitely looking to flip the script on that long-term deficit today. He barely survives that exchange, but he manages to pull ahead with a huge 4th straight victory. He's quickly forgetting that tough loss in their previous set. Simply unstoppable right now, his streak grows to 5 as we head toward the break. That was an incredibly fast kill to close out the half. Aster goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. He is completely ignoring his underdog status and putting on a show. Ignis just can't keep up with the pace right now. Let's see if Ignis can dig in. Aster maintains a 5-round cushion as we start round 13. Looking back at his latest result against Omnic, this is a much needed step forward. Aster is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. The skill gap is really starting to show through. These two are trading rounds back and forth now, effectively stalling that big lead Aster had. Aster keeps his distance with a 10-6 lead. The lower rated side is showing some real grit here. Aster is putting a lot of pressure on the clock right now, refusing to let Ignis get any real footing. A crushing hit that puts the pressure squarely on the other side of the map. He's really proven why he's positioned higher on the ladder. What an ending. He closes out the series with a gritty finale to take the map. He's a huge fan of this map, and it really showed in how he controlled the pace today. Welcome everyone, we have Omnic and Ignis facing off on red line, with Ignis entering this match as the favorite. Omnic gets the early lead by playing it smart and securing that high ground on the ramp. The higher rated player is on the back foot early. Ignis holds a massive 34-16 lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly, you can tell he's comfortable playing against this specific opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake that mental weight as this series continues. He's simply too fast right now, taking complete control of the server. He looks as comfortable as he did in that 13-7 win earlier. He just clears out that ramp with zero trouble, taking a huge grip on this early phase. That ladder difference is really starting to show itself. Both players held the high ground, but he outduels his opponent for a 5th straight victory. His recent form has been remarkably steady throughout the day. He simply refuses to let up, clutching another victory from the ramp. The gap in their recent form is staring us right in the face. Omnic answers back with a quick headshot to cut the lead. He's clearly trying to shake off that loss from earlier today. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, completely ignoring the high ground and shutting down that ramp play. Unbelievable. He's completely shifted the energy of this game with another effortless win. Another lightning fast response from Omnic as he continues this incredible surge. The momentum has completely flipped since the start. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. The top seed is keeping things under control, just as we thought he would. He'll need to maintain that composure to close this out. Let's see who blinks first. Ignis puts an end to that short rally, claiming another win from the ramp. His experience in those 11,000 games is really showing. Omnic is really struggling to find any footing today, having gone 11-24 over the last 24 hours, and honestly, that weight seems to be dragging him down in this series. He's just not able to keep pace with how efficiently Ignis is operating right now. Ignis just holds the line on the ramp, putting himself just 3 rounds away from closing the deal. The experience gap is really showing, with over 11,000 games in the books. Ignis is just too locked in, securing that win from the Tetris block. He's effectively mirroring that performance from their previous meeting today. He's back in the driver's seat, and now Ignis is just 1 round away from victory. The momentum shift we saw earlier has completely evaporated. And that's it. Ignis closes the door with the final, a clean shot from the Tetris. Just a complete performance through and through, leaving way too little room for any surprises today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster taking on Omnic here on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Aster has absolutely owned this matchup with a 74% win rate in their history. But it's a very different story right now after Omnic managed to take their last meeting. He'll be looking to keep that momentum going here. Omnic just blew through that ramp defense to secure his third straight win. It's a rough start for the higher rated player. He's just completely in control of this map now, outlasting another tough fight to put Aster in a deep hole. It's a complete reversal from how these two usually match up. Aster finally finds his mark with a swift opening shot. He's certainly looking to bounce back from that 11-13 loss earlier. Omnic is dominating with a commanding 5-1 lead. Just another tough look for the 14th seed tonight. Omnic is currently putting up a huge performance, despite having a struggling day overall, with a record of 11-25. I mean, it really puts his current control of this map into perspective. We have to wonder if he can maintain this level of play. A sharp reaction there to get another notch on the board. The 14th-seeded player is trying to claw back into this. Omnic keeps the pressure on, pushing his lead to 7. He's trying to find that same feeling he had against Ignis earlier. Another flawless exchange for Aster, who is now completely heating up as we approach the midway point. Omnic takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is an absolute shock given Aster is ranked 20 places higher. It looks like the underdog is really in his element right now. Let's see if the momentum holds. Aster is fighting back now, trailing by only 3. He certainly played more matches on this map than his opponent. A gritty exchange here, but Aster digs deep to keep his momentum going. The gap in experience is finally starting to show. He's just on fire right now, putting the pressure back on the front runner. Just completely shutting down any hopes of a runaway lead here. A sharp response from Omnic to hold that run. Omnic still holds a 3-point cushion over Aster. A huge struggle for the 14th seed right now. Omnic is simply too fast right now, taking full control again. A brutal way to follow up that strong result against Ignis. Aster was lightning quick on the trigger, securing a very clean win. The experience advantage is starting to weigh in. He is refusing to go away, cutting that lead down to just 2. He's finally showing why he's the higher ranked player in this set. He just won't stop digging in to pull within a single round of the lead. The tide is turning completely in favor of the favorite. A tough scrap there, but Omnic survives the exchange and puts himself one step away from victory. He's proving much more resilient than those earlier matches suggested. Unbelievable! Omnic shuts the door on a huge comeback attempt and secures the victory. He's really rewritten the script for himself today. I can't believe we're seeing this result given how they've played before. What a series! Welcome everyone, we're heading to Italy for a great matchup between Aster and Ignis. Let's see who takes this one. Aster has an impressive 66% win rate on this specific map. It makes sense why he's looking so confident here, especially since he just came off a strong victory against Ignis in their most recent clash. Unbelievable, he barely clutched out that firefight, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's completely shut down Aster, now extending the lead to 3-1. It's a huge shift from his recent loss against Aster. Just pure dominance now as he keeps the streak rolling to 4 straight. He's definitely making his lower ranking irrelevant today. And there's the response. He a la clean sweep here, proving he's not going down without a fight. A high-stakes battle given the gap in their ladder rankings. Ignis is really leaning into the historical advantage here, since he holds a slight lead over Aster in their head-to-head record. That deep experience against this opponent seems to be fueling his confidence in this particular set. He's staying aggressive and chipping away at that lead, taking another one for himself. Aster is really starting to put the pressure back on. What a fight! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he digs deep to even things up at 5-5. He's fighting to keep his head above water after that rough start. He just doesn't miss, picking Ignis right off the wine to keep this heater going. His high seed is really starting to show in these exchanges. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely punching above his weight right now. He's managing to hold off a strong push from Ignis, and a full upset is very much on the table. He absolutely shreds through the opposition from the wine, extending the gap to 8-5. That's the 5th straight round he's come out on top. Another a precise victory for him as he continues this impressive rally. The sheer gap in their current form is glaring. Aster is just cruising now with a 3-round cushion. He needs to find some more consistency after that rough 10-13 loss to Omni. He keeps the momentum swinging back, winning a gritty exchange to narrow the gap. The lower seed is putting on a real clinic right now. A total shutout here as he keeps his foot on the gas. Aster looks like he's finally found a way to stifle that aggression. Aster manages to clear him off the wine and keeps this momentum rolling. The gap in their current form is just too wide to overcome. He's just on fire right now, taking a clean win to put himself a single round away from victory. Ignis catches a quick lead here, putting a temporary halt to that run. Ignis is fighting for his life against a tough opponent today. What a way to close it! Aster shows incredible grit to storm back and secure the victory. He's really stacking up the wins against this guy lately, proving that the ranking difference is all too real. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. What a fight. Omnic manages to scrape through that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. A shaky start for the clear favorite in this series. Ignis just looks far too comfortable here. He took total control from the toolbox to level things up. Ignis owns the head-to-head history here with 35 wins over Omnic. It's definitely a steep hill for the underdog to climb, but he's showing a lot of resilience in these opening exchanges. This is all about whether he can shut down this early momentum. Ignis secures that narrow lead, utilizing the high ground on the toolbox to trade back. He's certainly not acting like the lower rated player in this series. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely hangs on while holding the wine box to bring us back to a dead even 3-3. Ignis completely shuts down that comeback attempt by picking him off the ramp. The higher rated player is definitely finding his stride here. Omnic catches him right off the toolbox to knot things up at 4-4. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, comfortably taking the lead after denying Ignis the high ground. Still trying to shake off the memory of that 13-6 loss earlier. Omnic puts on a display of raw skill here, raining fire from the ramp to secure his third straight. Quite a turnaround from that blowout loss he suffered on red line. He is simply unstoppable right now, which keeps the momentum firmly in his favor. He's really challenging that rank gap right now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is completely defying the rankings right now. He managed a strong 4-round run to seize the advantage from the top-seeded player. Let's see if Ignis can wake up. Omnic has really struggled against this opponent in the past. He's had a tough time overcoming that career win rate, but he's definitely shifted the narrative for this specific set. We need to see if this lead is actually sustainable. Omnic reads the play perfectly and puts Ignis right back on the floor. He is looking far less confident than the higher rating suggests. Ignis earns a completely unscathed round from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's starting to show the form that made him such a heavy favorite. Goodness, he barely survived that fight from the box, showing incredible grit to claw back into this. That was way too close for comfort. Absolute perfection from the window. He's completely equalized the map with that streak. A completely different atmosphere than those early matches they played. Omnic quickly puts a stop to that run by popping him off the wine box. Omnic is really defying those odds today. Ignis finds his mark from the toolbox to bring this set right back to a dead heat. Both of these players are absolutely locked in right now. Omnic just proves he can handle the pressure by taking him down from that wine box. He is truly fighting an uphill battle with his ranking. A complete shutdown of the wine box position puts him just one round away from victory. He's completely flipped the script on this encounter. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with a clean shot to the window. He's really making a name for himself today, splitting the series with a huge result. Ignis just couldn't find an answer. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Dunes. We have Esther taking on Omnic today, with the favorite looking to secure another strong victory. Astor is sitting on a massive 337-118 head-to-head lead. It's a staggering historical advantage, but Omnic is the one who took their last encounter. We have to see if the favorite can actually get back to his usual standard here. Esther has the edge, leading 2-1. The lower ranked player is really feeling the pressure right now. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that fight, but he manages to scrape through with just 7 health. A tough stretch for the number 35 ranked player. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, extending his run to 4 straight. His current form suggests he is far from finished today. Absolutely untouchable. He's now claimed 5 straight rounds to take full control of this match. He's playing like a man on a mission today. Omnic finally answers back with a clean exchange to stop the bleeding. A quick reminder that the favorite doesn't always hold his ground. Omnic is showing some real grit, stacking another win to keep this series competitive. What a fight! He just barely survives that exchange to take his 3rd straight. The momentum shift is stark, but the higher seed still holds the lead. Insane. He barely scrapes by, and now the match is completely deadlocked at 5 apiece. It is a completely different story from how the brackets predicted. He just cannot find a way through. That's a huge stretch of 5 straight for Omnic. He's looking absolutely fearless right now against the favorite. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is completely shaking up the script. He's putting up a serious fight despite those historical head-to-head numbers favoring the favorite. Time for Astor to wake up. What a scramble. He barely manages to clutch out that chaos and secure his 1st round of the half. He's definitely finding his footing after that rough patch. We're back to a stalemate with both players at 7. Looking at the ladder, it's clear why this is usually a mismatch. Another effortless win for Astor, who now holds a firm grip on the momentum. A fierce duel of endurance, but he manages to outlast his opponent to keep the streak alive. He's completely shifted the tide, taking the round from the box to make it 5 straight. The gap in their overall ratings is starting to show. A complete reversal of fortune as he charges ahead to a 6-round streak. He's really making his presence felt as one of the top 15. A brutal fight that ultimately goes his way, putting him 1 round away from victory. A huge contrast from how this series looked before the break. Absolutely sensational. He closes out the game with a flawless final exchange to secure the map. Just a complete shift in energy there, proving that the gap in skill between these two is still very real. Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for an exciting duel between Aster and Ignis. Let's see who takes the win. Aster enters this match with a strong 24-11 record over the last day. You know that recent momentum is mirroring the gap in our ratings since he's comfortably seated in the upper half of the league. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. He's completely taken over this opening stretch, securing a flawless third round. That's already a mirroring result of their last encounter together. Both players landed their shots here, but Ignis showed a lot of grit to secure the win. A quick response to keep the gap from widening. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. His recent victory against Ignis seems to be sticking. Ignis strikes from the ramp for a total shutout, continuing the push to close the gap. The underdog is showing plenty of fight tonight. He's really digging in here, putting the pressure back on with another win. The underdog is playing with a lot of confidence right now. What a turnaround! He secures a spot from the Tetris to bring the score even. The pressure has shifted completely onto the favorite now. Aster puts an immediate stop to that run, claiming a quick victory to regain the lead. Ignis holds the lifetime head-to-head lead across 45 total encounters. Well, he's usually the one with the historical edge in this rivalry. It'll be a huge test of mental strength to see if he can rediscover that dominance before this slide goes any further. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, it's definitely leaning toward an upset here. He's looking much sharper than the odds suggested, even if Ignis fought back with his own streak earlier. Time to see if Ignis responds. He's showing real toughness here, stepping up to cut that lead down to a single round. He's definitely refusing to let the lead slip away further. Aster claws back to an 8-6 advantage. The 14th seed is starting to look completely comfortable here. Aster had no trouble dealing with that Tetris position, and he's really starting to put his foot on the gas here. Absolute shutdown, he walks away unscathed, extending his run to 3 consecutive wins. Ignis manages to answer back, keeping his game within reach. He can't let the match slide after that rough start against Omnic. Aster had no trouble tracking him down, quickly clearing him off the Tetris to extend the gap. The 14th seed is looking way too composed right now. Another rapid exchange goes in his favor, and now Aster is just a single round away from victory. Boom! He finishes the job with a crisp final shot to close out the match. He's just in a completely different gear today, looking nearly untouchable on a map where he already feels right at home. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Ignis facing off on mappers, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Omnic comes out strong, catching Ignis right there on the red. Tough start for the favorite in this head-to-head. Ignis owns the historical edge in this series, leading their lifetime matchups 35-17. It's interesting to see the tables turn since Omnic managed to secure a victory in their most recent clash. We'll see if Ignis can reclaim that dominance early on. Ignis is really capitalizing on that height advantage, keeping this set completely deadlocked. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those recent losses. Omnic keeps his grip with a slim 3-2 lead. He really seems to be shaking off that earlier loss to Aster. Omnic is pulling ahead, now sitting firmly at 4-2. Ignis has really been struggling to find his footing today. Absolute control now as he extends that run to 3 straight. The higher rated player is currently staring down a deep hole. The momentum shifts as he answers back with a nearly perfect exchange. He's definitely reminding us why he entered this match as the favorite. Omnic is really quick on the trigger, picking him right off the ramp to push his lead to 3. The higher seed is really struggling to find an answer. Omnic isn't letting up, picking him right off the blue to put a real dent in the score. Omnic has really struggled today with a record of 11-24 over the last day, so yeah, seeing him hold a lead like this is surprising given how poorly he's been performing in his other matches. He'll need to stay precise to close this out. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a total shock given that Ignis has won 67% of their historical fights. The underdog is really putting on a show right now. Time for a total reset. Ignis claws one back, but Omnic still holds an 8-5 cushion. The higher rated competitor is starting to put up a fight. Omnic has the better read on the map right now, managing to pluck Ignis right off those boxes. A massive gap now as Omnic hits double digits. He's clearly finding a way to overcome that rating deficit. Ignis gets a nice look at the red to keep this game within reach. A tough run of results recently for the veteran. Omnic is just simply outclassing him right now, making a huge gap in the scoreline. Ignis is really struggling to find the consistency he usually shows. He shuts down the comeback attempt and stands on the verge of victory. A complete nightmare of a set for the top-seeded guy. Ignis answers back with a clean trade to keep the dream alive. A rare sight to see the higher-seeded players so desperate. Boom! He closes it out with an effortless finish to secure the series. He just completely tore up the script today, proving that the rankings don't mean a thing once the round starts. Welcome to the Berserk League. Esther and Omnic take the stage on orange, with Esther entering as the heavy favorite. Esther has a massive historical edge here with a 74% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's clear that matchup history is weighing on Omnic right now. We have to see if he can find some answers to this particular opponent. Total lockdown from the early favorite. He just looks completely untouchable right now. A grueling exchange of fire, but Omnic manages to hold on and claw back into the match. Still far behind in the count, but he's finally on the board. Goodness, that was far too close. He barely scrapes through that fight with a sliver of life left. He's really showing a gap in class today. Aster is just dominating the pace, leading 5-1. The difference in their current forms is starting to show. A tense battle of attrition that ends perfectly in favor of the frontrunner. He's outplaying the field today with a strong 24-11 record. Another effortless round for the leader, and that's 4 in a row. The rank gap between these two is feeling very apparent. Unreal. He manages to come out on top in a chaotic scramble that almost cost him everything. The number 34 seed is fighting to stay in the conversation. Omnic is really struggling to find a foothold, coming in with a 12-24 record over the last day. Well, it's becoming obvious that he isn't bringing the same energy into this duel as Aster is. It will take a massive shift in momentum for him to avoid a blowout. Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the higher seed. He's just too consistent right now for Omnic to handle. Time to see if Omnic resets. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives a frantic shootout, hanging on by a thread to secure the round. He's really digging deep to find some confidence right now. Aster is just steamrolling with a 10-4 cushion. His top 14 ranking is really playing a factor right now. Aster has completely reclaimed control of this server. He is just cruising toward the finish line now. He looks completely locked in after a dominant win against Ignis earlier. A brutal back and forth encounter, but Aster comes out on top to put himself one step away from victory. What a final sequence. He closes it out and secures the series victory. He's simply on another level today, and it's a rough way to end it for the 34th seed. Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Ignis are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win. Incredible. That was a total war of attrition, and Aster barely survives with a sliver of health. Aster has been performing at a very high level with a 70% win rate on this specific map. It looks like that familiarity is giving him an early advantage here. We'll see if Ignis can find a way to stabilize before this gets out of hand. That was a lightning fast response, showing some real grit from Ignis to cut into that lead. Aster is dominating, leading 4-1 right now. Ignis has been fighting an uphill battle after a tough run of losses lately. Ignis answers back with a clean spray, knocking him right off the ramp. That puts a real dent in the early momentum. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on to shrink this gap. That was a blink and you miss it encounter. What a recovery! Ignis is on fire now, leveling the score at 4-4. Everything is flipped on its head from where we started. Aster puts a stop to that run and claims the lead once again. He is really leaning into that high-end ranking advantage right now. Aster has an impressive 24-11 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly in a different gear than Ignis right now. It'll be tough for Ignis to break that focus if Aster keeps this pace. That was a total shutdown. He's showing some serious heart to stay in this fight as we head toward the break. Everything is still on the line as we close out this half. We're heading into the break all tied up at 6-6. Well, this is a completely different story than what the odds predicted. Ignis is proving to be a much tougher opponent today than his recent form suggested. Fresh start for both of them. Aster edges ahead, taking a slim one-round lead. A real grind for a spot in the top 15. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life in that scrap, clawing his way back to a dead heat. A total toss-up now as we move forward. Aster claims a dangerous 8-7 lead going into this one. Aster just widened the gap to 9-7. He's really asserting himself as the superior seed today. That was a brutal slugfest, but he comes out on top to keep this hot streak going. Ignis is really struggling to shake off the frustration from his earlier losses. What a nail biter! He manages to survive that chaotic trade with just a tiny bit of health left. Absolutely ice in his veins to pull that off. Ignis just refuses to back down, securing his second straight round to close the distance. He's really stepping up his game as the underdog here. Aster keeps a firm grip on the lead, refusing to let that momentum shift stay with Ignis. He's really capitalizing on that rank advantage tonight. And just like that, the momentum swings back to Aster, leaving him only one round away from victory. Absolute efficiency in that latest exchange. Game over. He closes the door on this series with a final perfect snapshot. He's just completely in the zone right now, securing another big victory to keep that personal streak alive. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Ignis are facing off on Italy and the favorite is looking for a strong victory here. Ignis is the heavy favorite in this matchup with a clear lead in their head-to-head history. But Omnic seems to have the upper hand today based on their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that trend holds. Ignis holds a slim 2-1 lead right now. He's fighting to shake off a tough 5-game skid lately. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. The higher seed is starting to exert his will. He is simply untouchable right now, walking away with another effortless victory. Complete shutdown as he keeps this run alive. Just total dominance compared to how things went in their last meeting. That was a brutal exchange, but he keeps the momentum surging with another victory. He's really capitalizing on his overall experience here. A sudden snap from Omnic puts an end to that streak. Omnic is currently fighting against a career win rate of only 34%. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. He's refusing to let the historical gap in their skill levels define how this specific match goes. A lightning fast response from Ignis to close out the round before the break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected going in. He's proving why he has the deeper experience on this map. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. He stays aggressive to keep the pressure mounting, taking another round without taking any damage. The underdog is really stepping up to the occasion today. What an incredible scramble! He barely survives that brawl to tie the series at 7-7. Ignis claws back the advantage to lead 8-7. It's tough on the luck side, but he's still the higher rated player. A stunningly fast response to knock him off the wine and tie this match at 8-8. He just can't be stopped right now, taking the lead for the first time since the start. The tide is shifting rapidly in this series. And now we're deadlocked at 9 apiece. His experience over thousands of matches is starting to show. Ignis is really starting to put the squeeze on here, cleaning him right off the wine. He's just too sharp right now, strolling to a clean victory and a 3-round streak. Omnic displays some real grit here, picking him right off the Tetris. That's a massive swing in momentum for the challenger. Unbelievable, he's completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. This is turning into a complete toss-up now. A flawless exchange to bring the score to 12-11, and now Ignis is just one victory away from closing the door. Absolute perfection to finish it off. Ignis closes out the series with a stunning final blow. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a fight! Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Omnic just claimed a fast early round, proving he can hold his own against the favorite. Tough start for the higher seeded player here. Omnic has a huge head start, taking total control of the server right out of the gate. He's really fighting back after that 13-4 loss in their last meeting. He's simply untouchable right now, taking the lead to 3. A really surprising shift compared to their huge lifetime win rate gap. Aster reacts instantly from the ramp to finally get on the board. He needs a few more rounds to really shake off this slow start. A tight battle on the ramp ends with Aster securing another win. The gap in their skill levels is starting to show. Unreal! He picks Omnic right off the ramp to completely even the score. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Omnic quickly shuts that down, picking him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. He is certainly punching above his weight today. Aster is showing incredible resolve to level the series at 4-4. Expectations were high for the favorite and he's starting to deliver. Omnic pulls ahead once more with a slim 5-4 edge. An incredibly gutsy performance from the number 35 seed. He just isn't backing down, bringing the series completely level. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to finally separate himself. Aster catches him right off the ramp, continuing his push to close the gap. He's finally starting to assert that theoretical edge. We head into the break tied at 6-6. I mean, it's actually a bit surprising to see this level of parity given the rating gap between these two. Aster has the skill edge, but Omnic is refusing to go away. Fresh starts for both players now. Omnic is really keeping the pressure on, managing to knock Aster right off that toolbox. He's making a real case for himself, despite that head-to-head deficit. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now despite entering the match with a huge gap in ratings. He's completely disregarding the fact that he's usually outclassed here. The question is whether Aster can find a way to disrupt this momentum before it gets out of hand. Aster refuses to give in and secures another point, narrowing the gap to 2. This is exactly the kind of resilience we expected from the higher rank. He clears the ramp to keep this surge going, moving within 1 point of the lead. He's looking very comfortable in these exchanges now. What a shot! He's completely raised the lead and now has all the momentum. A fierce straight from the ramp ends with Omnic securing the edge. That's a massive swing from their usual encounters. Omnic is finding an answer for everything Aster throws at him, putting himself in a very strong position here. Siding with the lower seed is starting to look like the right call today. Another fast finish for Omnic and he's now just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is putting on a completely different show today. Aster keeps the dream alive with a flawless sequence, refusing to let this series slide away. A vital spark of life from the higher seed here. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the map. He just played out of his mind to break that long losing streak against the favorite. I can't believe we just saw that happen. What a match! Welcome to the Dunes. We have a great matchup today as Aster takes on Ignis in this duel. Aster was just too quick for him there, easily taking out Ignis from below. The favorite starts things off with a crisp opening kill. Aster comes into this with a strong 64% win rate on this specific map. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence from their most recent encounter. He just needs to maintain this pressure to keep the momentum swinging. Ignis claws one back and shows some real grit to keep this competitive. He's proving he can hang with the higher seed right now. Aster is just too sharp today, quickly putting Ignis back on the defensive after that close call. Aster is just dominating the verticality here, using that height to secure a comfortable lead. He keeps the pressure high, securing another kill from the box to firmly take control. He is just unstoppable right now, extending that winning streak to 4. He's certainly making the most of the rating advantage here. A brutal exchange, but he manages to edge out the victory for a 5th consecutive point. He's really starting to separate himself from the field today. Ignis finally halts that run, putting up a clean defense for a quick point. Still a huge climb for the lower seeded player here. Aster is sitting on an overall win rate of 67%. Well, he definitely has the statistical advantage, but we are seeing some nerves here. He needs to find his composure quickly before Ignis completely closes this gap. Aster leads 8-4 heading into the break. He's totally defying the pre-match expectations by taking a commanding lead. He looks sharp, but we'll see if Ignis can put together another streak to get back in this. Let's see if Ignis can adjust. Ignis manages another one, narrowing the gap to 8-5. The 31 ranked player is really fighting to get back into this. Aster pushes ahead again, now holding a 4-round lead. He's looking for a repeat of that recent encounter on Blame map. Things are moving quickly now, and these short rounds are definitely favoring the underdog's momentum. He's on fire right now, completely shutting down that attempt to pull away. A complete shift in energy for the lower seed. He is simply refusing to let this game slide, continuing a fierce rally to narrow the deficit. This is starting to feel like a completely different match now. What a fight! He barely walks away from that chaos, and we are officially all square at 9-9. Absolutely heart-stopping finish to that exchange. He's just completely taken over the map, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent now. Aster responds immediately, bringing the score back to a deadlock at 10 apiece. His current daily record of 23-12 shows he's in top form. Aster is firmly back in the driver's seat, putting a real dent in that late game rally from Ignis. He's really leaning into that ranking advantage right now. Unbelievable, Ignis has completely erased the lead, bringing us to a dead heat at 11-11. A lightning fast reflex play gives Aster a commanding lead and puts him one step away from victory. What a recovery! Ignis keeps his nerve to force a deadlock, taking us straight into overtime. What an unbelievable surge! He's now just a single point away from completing this turnaround. The lower seed is simply refusing to buckle under the pressure. He's absolutely steaming now, keeping his foot on the gas with another huge win. A huge shift in control as we enter the final stretch. Sprinting back into the fight, Aster secures a lightning fast kill to keep himself in the game. That's a total shutout as he moves within striking distance of the win. A really impressive shift in energy from the underdog player. Unbelievable, Ignis holds his ground to complete the ultimate comeback and secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, barely scraping through a couple of those late skirmishes. Pure willpower to close it out, he had to work for that. Welcome to Orange. Omnic and Ignis are facing off today, and the favorite looks strong heading into this match. Ignis has owned this rivalry historically, winning 67% of their encounters. The psychological edge is definitely there, especially since he just took a very close game from Omnic earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can shake that mental baggage. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The lower rated man is putting up a real fight here. Unreal, he clings to a tiny sliver of health to secure his third straight victory. The momentum has completely flipped since that last match on Italy. Ignis manages to hold his ground and claw one back. The ladder placement makes sense, but the gap feels narrow right now. And we are deadlocked at 3-all. The higher ranked player is starting to exert some pressure. He is simply on another level right now, putting together 3 straight. Omnic is really struggling to find a footing after that tough loss on Italy. He is just relentless right now, putting up a wall that Omnic can't seem to climb. He's completely taken over this map, picking up a 5th straight victory. His superior map percentage is really starting to manifest. What a response! He completely shuts down that run with a perfect sequence. He's showing why he's a constant threat on this map. Omnic has been having a tough run overall today with a 12-23 record over the last few matches. It's becoming clear that his confidence is shaking in these high-pressure rounds. I wonder if he can actually find a way to steady himself before the halftime break. It's 8-4 in favor of Ignis. Things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's just too steady for Omnic to handle right now. Pure chaos there. He barely escapes with his life to claw back around. Both players are fighting for ground after those tough losses to Esther earlier. He's starting to build some serious momentum, continuing this climb back into the game. He's certainly not playing like the underdog now. Ignis holds a comfortable 3-round cushion at 9-6. He's holding steady throughout this server session today. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high to chip away at that lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange for the comeback effort. He just won't go away absorbing a heavy hit, but coming out on top in a messy trade. He's showing real grit to keep this series within reach. Absolutely incredible. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Now we've got a completely open game on our hands. What a fight! He barely survives that trade to reclaim the lead. Barely a pixel of health left there. A total shutdown as Omnic levels the score, refusing to let this series slip away. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. They've been trading blows back and forth and Ignis just snatched the lead again. He's looking very comfortable in the driver's seat right now. A perfectly clean strike puts him just a single round away from closing the series. The top-seeded player is really tightening his grip on this series. He keeps the dream alive with a lightning-fast response, putting the pressure back on the favorite. He closes the deal with an absolute laser shot. Ignis takes the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, especially after that huge comeback in the middle. He had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League duels. Aster is the clear favorite today as he takes on Omnic on Mappas. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with 339 wins in their combined head-to-head history. But he definitely has a chip on his shoulder after falling to Omnic in their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that frustration fuels a fast start. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. We've got a dead heat early on. Neither one of these two is giving an inch today. Omnic surges ahead, now leading by a single round. The gap between these two in the ratings is starting to look irrelevant. Aster manages to take control from the ramp and we are back to a deadlock. He's certainly showing why he's higher on the ladder. Omnic just shuts that down, cleaning him up right off the ramp to take the lead again. This particular matchup is usually much more one-sided. Pure chaos now, as Aster ties things up at 4-all. It feels like a complete reset after that opening burst. Omnic edges back ahead as we move into round 10. Omnic is certainly proving that those rankings can be misleading today. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. We're seeing some incredibly quick reaction times today. Aster finally claws back the lead at 6-5. He's certainly aiming to bounce back after that previous defeat today. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the first half to play out. He managed to put together a 3-round streak to secure his advantage for now. Let's see if Omnic finds some answers. Aster holds his nerve to stay one step ahead. Omnic is certainly making his mark today, despite that gap in their ratings. Aster is really starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic as we head into the second half of this set. Aster edges ahead once more, holding an 8-7 lead. Omnic is certainly finding some confidence despite that lower ranking. Aster is putting up some really solid numbers today, having gone 22-13 over the last 24 hours. It's starting to look like that momentum is finally paying off. He's definitely found his footing in this set. Aster keeps the upper hand now at 9-8. That's clearly not just a fluke of a performance today. Unbelievable. Omnic claws back to a deadlock after surviving on a tiny shred of health. The underdog is really making a case for himself tonight. Aster pushes back in front with a narrow 10-9 lead. He's really fighting to keep his composure after that earlier loss. Aster is really putting his foot on the gas now, quickly widening that lead. His overall career numbers are certainly working in his favor now. That was lightning fast. Omnic is refusing to let Aster slide away with this game. Omnic is really putting in a shift today. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster looked so secure a moment ago, but now he's the one fighting to stay in this. That was an incredibly clean shot, and now he's just one round away from victory. What a response that creates a total deadlock, and we are headed straight into overtime. The pressure is mounting for the man sitting at 16 in our ratings. It's just a complete toss-up at this point. Neither player can really build any significant momentum. It's a tough run for the underdog, who's struggling today. Absolute mayhem in that trade, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of life. Aster is refusing to let the series slip away, staying one step ahead in this tight battle. A brutal exchange that almost went the other way, but he manages to barely scrape by. He's really refusing to let the pressure get to him. He manages to recover from the initial damage and secures a huge round here. He's keeping a cool head in the face of this pressure. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster manages to secure the kill to bring us level. Aster takes a slim 16-15 advantage right here. Omnic answers right back to make it 16-all. Aster barely manages to pull ahead, claiming a 17-16 lead. That massive gap in their career totals is really showing now. Incredible stuff. Omnic has fought back to 17-17. His recent form has been a struggle, but he's showing real grit. Aster claws back the advantage, leading 18-17. It's a battle of wills, as neither man can close this out. Aster extends his cushion to 19-17 with that one. He really had to dig deep to close that one out. Omnic was just untouchable in those low HP scrapes. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Aster and Ignis are stepping into Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this one as the stronger player with a 67% all-time win rate, but Ignis is currently the one with all the momentum after taking their previous encounter. We'll see if the rating gap actually plays a role here. Ignis is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really leaning into that 3-win run he's currently on. We're completely locked in a stalemate here, with neither player able to stack up a real lead. Ignis is out front, 3-2 right now. A really surprising start for the lower seeded player here. Ignis is absolutely dominating this series, leading 4-2. He just can't be stopped right now, taking the map lead to 5-2. What a scramble! Both players were practically empty, but he managed to edge it out for another win. The lower ranked player is really putting on a show here. Aster finally finds his footing, cleaning up that exchange to close the gap slightly. His experience is starting to show as he's played over 1,000 games. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health left. Absolute nail-biter on that last one. Ignis has a surprising 50% all-time win rate over a huge sample size of matches. Well, it shows that he's perfectly capable of hanging with someone like Aster despite the gap in their current ratings. We just need to see if he can close the door on this lead. We head into the break with Ignis holding a solid 8-4 lead. Well, he's definitely playing the part of the favorite here. Aster needs to shake things up if he wants to claw back into this. Aster's fighting back, now trailing by 3. The 16th rank on our ladder is finally starting to move. Ignis is just cruising right now with a 9-5 cushion. Ignis is just putting on a clinic with his timing right now, ending these rounds almost instantly. The momentum has shifted completely back to the favorite and is looking untouchable right now. He keeps the pressure up, managing to take another round back. Aster is mounting a serious challenge here, refusing to let this map slip away. He's just not letting up, securing his 3rd straight victory to keep this comeback alive. The matchup history is a total deadlock between these two. A lightning-fast response from Ignis to shut down the comeback and put himself just one step from victory. A massive reflex win from Aster to keep the dream alive. He's certainly proving why he's higher on the ladder right now. Absolutely effortless, Ignis closes this out right now to take the series. That's the 2nd one in a row for him against Aster, proving that the ladder standings don't mean a thing today. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Ignis are stepping into the arena, with Ignis entering this duel as the strong favorite. Omnic starts strong, quickly picking Ignis off that box to get things moving. He's shaking off that rough pair of losses from earlier. Unreal, Ignis edges it out from the Tetris in a fight that could have gone either way. He really looks comfortable in this matchup. Ignis really dominates this rivalry with a 67% win rate over the long haul. But Omnic has been playing some very surprising counter-strat tennis in their most recent meetings. I wonder if he can actually pull off the upset tonight. He just keeps on rolling, knocking Ignis off the box to secure another one. Definitely not the result the odds predicted for this set. He's just not letting up, pulling off another clean kill as he drops Ignis from the Tetris. A complete turnaround from their last meeting on orange. A tight exchange here, but he outlasts Ignis to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's making short work of the higher ranked opponent today. Ignis gets a quick response here to keep the deficit manageable. He's fighting against an opponent who's had a much better round today. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrape through with the win. Omnic is playing against a massive all-time win rate gap, sitting at just 34% over a huge sample size. Well, he's completely defied the history book so far. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold this lead through the end of the set. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything about this is a shock. He's absolutely crushed the early rounds, despite having a dismal 29% win rate on this map. Time for a total reset. Ignis grabs one, but Omnic still holds a 5-point lead. He's finally finding some footing after that tough start. Omnic is just too sharp today, picking him right off the Tetris spot. A bit of a shocker given the ranks we're seeing today. Omnic is just relentlessly picking apart his opponent now, putting Ignis in a really tough spot. He is absolutely cruising now, taking his third straight to put himself on match point. The higher seed is simply outclassed right now. A huge moment here as Ignis holds the ramp to keep himself in the game. He has to find a way to close the gap fast. What a finish! Omnic just deletes him from the ramp to secure the victory. Just a completely unexpected result. He's finally broken that losing streak and managed to outplay the favorite for the entire set. Welcome everyone to Dunes! Esther and Omnic are ready for battle though. The favorite looks strong heading into this match. Aster normally owns this rivalry, having won 74% of their head-to-head meetings. It's clear that Omnic is defying those long-term trends with that quick opening round. He's definitely looking to shake off those historical ghosts today. Omnic holds a tight 2-1 lead right now. He's really proving that he can go toe-to-toe with the higher seeds today. Omnic is on fire right now, just comfortably doubling his lead in the early game. Omnic's keeping the pressure on with a 3-2 grip. He needs to shake off that recent loss to Ignis. We've got a total deadlock with things sitting at 3-3. It's an interesting contrast to their previous match on Mappas. That was incredibly fast. Omnic really just stepped up and took control of that exchange. Esther has been an absolute wall in this pairing with that 340-119 overall record. So yeah, seeing him struggle like this is genuinely rare. I wonder if the pressure is finally starting to get to him. Unbelievable, he is just out of control now, picking another one up from the box. A clean stop there as Aster picks up a quick round before the mid-game break. He'll definitely be feeling the weight of that recent loss to Ignis. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely flipping the script here. After that 4-round tier, it looks like we might be witnessing a genuine upset in the making. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic has extended his cushion to a 3-round gap. The rank 34 underdog is really holding his ground. Hard stopping. Esther barely escapes with a life, surviving that slugfest by a hair. That was a frighteningly close finish for a player in that position. Omnic is cruising now with a commanding 9-6 lead. The gap in the ladder isn't seeming to matter right now. Omnic is just dominating, now sitting on a 10-6 lead. Omnic is playing with total freedom right now. What a scramble. He nearly lets it slip but barely clutches the fight while pulling Esther off that box. He's simply unstoppable, extending his run to 4 straight as he edges closer to a victory. A huge response from the veteran, finally putting an end to that crushing run. He is fighting back with a 2nd straight win, keeping his hopes alive for now. Things are getting tense for the favorite as he claws back. He's really putting on a show now, securing a 3rd straight round. The momentum has shifted completely in the veteran's direction. A completely flawless kill to bring this game back to a 2-round difference. He's just not letting up. That's a huge 5th straight for the veteran. He is making it look easy despite the deficit. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round to take home the victory. Aster put up a massive fight to almost force overtime, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a match! Welcome to Redline. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off in a battle for the win. Let's see who takes it. Ignis is looking sharp right out of the gate, using that high ground to secure the opening round. A real battle for ground there, with both of them fighting for space on that ramp. The 19th seed is definitely trying to shake off that recent slump. Ignis had the better read there, picking Aster off as he stepped up the ramp. Ignis is really leaning into that head-to-head lead lately. Aster is really digging in his heels here, matching Ignis blow for blow to keep this one completely locked. He looks much more comfortable now than in that previous Italy clash. Aster's on a roll now, leading things 3-2. He's really putting those head-to-head losses behind him today. Ignis secures the ramp again and puts this series right back into a dead heat. This favors the historically stronger side of their head-to-head matches. Ignis claws back to a 4-3 lead. The higher ranked player is really feeling the pressure right now. Ignis is completely taking over here with another effortless stop. The rating gap is definitely not showing in this set. Aster answers back instantly to keep this a one-round game. The higher rated side is refusing to let it slide. Aster usually looks like the stronger player on this map with a 64% win rate, but he's really struggling to find an answer to how Ignis is playing this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the momentum before this gets out of reach. Ignis takes the first 12 rounds with an 8-4 lead. He's putting on a solid performance and moving exactly as the pre-match projection suggested. He'll need to keep his composure to close this out. Aster needs a real spark now. Ignis is cruising toward the finish at 9-4. The rank 30 player is showing no signs of slowing down. Ignis is just completely in control right now, using that ramp to keep Aster completely locked out. The momentum mirror from their previous meeting is almost identical. Another effortless round for the leader, who is practically untouchable right now. He's just relentless right now, putting himself one round away from the victory. The pre-match favorite is really struggling to find an opening here. Aster holds the line and picks him off the boxes to keep this fight going. A welcome swing for the player who entered as the favorite. What a read! He manages to pick Ignis off those boxes to secure another round. He's finally starting to fight back from that massive deficit. He's completely outplaying his opponent right now, refusing to let the match slip away. Unbelievable, he continues this incredible run, putting a complete stop to the momentum of his opponent. He just can't be stopped, cleaning up another round to push his streak to 5. The momentum has completely flipped in a matter of minutes. What a finish! Ignis shuts down the rally to claim the match. He really fought his way back from the brink to secure those final rounds. That's a massive result. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Omnic and Ignis are stepping onto Mappas, and the heavy favorite is looking for a strong victory today. Ignis normally has the upper hand in this rivalry with 37 total wins. He enters this map as the clear favorite, but Omnic seems to have a mental edge after their last encounter. We've got a complete deadlock between Omnic and Ignis. Ignis seems much more comfortable with his current form today. What a scramble! He barely clings to life with only 14 health to take this one. The higher ranked player is really asserting himself here. Omnic is really capitalizing here, quickly picking Ignis off those boxes to put the pressure back on. Ignis holds a narrow lead as we move forward. Ignis has a massive amount of experience with over 11,000 career games. Absolute chaos in that trade. He manages to crawl away from the brink with just a sliver of health left. The higher rated player is safely back in the driver's seat. That was a grueling exchange, but he comes out on top to extend his lead. Looking at the ladder, that's a very clean look from the top 30 player. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking another round without taking a single hit. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting on a clinic to secure his 5th straight win. He really looked a lot more shaken earlier against Aster. Omnic answers back immediately, cutting into the lead. He's definitely fighting back after that tough loss to Aster earlier today. Omnic has been fighting an uphill battle with that 34% all-time win rate. You know, he's not typically someone who consistently challenges the top tier. It will be interesting to see if this current momentum can actually carry him through to a full map victory. Ignis goes into the break with a 8-4 lead. Well, everything is going according to plan so far. He really capitalized on his 52% map win rate to build this cushion. Ignis is firmly in control with an 8-5 advantage. It looks like he's still riding that confidence from his recent win. Unbelievable! He nearly goes down, but manages to claw back and secure the round. He just can't be put down today. Ignis still keeps a solid 3-round cushion here. He's definitely looking for an upset after that close loss to Aster. A huge showing here as Omnic keeps this surge going and refuses to back down. The gap in experience isn't showing any difference right now. Ignis still holds a comfortable 3-round lead at 10. That was an incredibly fast exchange to stop that momentum. Ignis is putting on a show here. The reaction speed we're seeing in these last 2 rounds has been absolutely blinding. He breaks the momentum back in his favor, leaving Ignis just 1 step away from the victory. The favorite is simply refusing to have this slip. A crisp response from Omnic to keep this game alive for now. He is definitely showing a lot of grit for the underdog. And there it is, he shuts the door completely to wrap up the series. Omnic really tried to pull off the upset here, but he just couldn't close the gap against a seasoned veteran. Welcome to Orange. Aster and Omnic are ready to battle, with the favorite looking to secure a strong victory today. Aster typically dominates this specific rivalry with a 74% success rate, but Omnic is the one who came out on top in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge helps him hold his ground here. Aster is really starting to pull ahead here. He's fighting to close the gap from a lower seed. Omnic is really building up some momentum here. Finding an answer for everything Aster is throwing his way. A huge mental boost for the lower rated player in this series. Absolutely impressive from Omnic, who just walked away with a perfect health pool. Aster manages to reset the board, bringing things even at 3-3. Aster's higher ranking is starting to reflect in his play. Aster recaptures the lead, putting him up 4-3. He's trying to shake off a tough 3-game losing streak. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Aster. The 20th seed is definitely showing why he's the higher rated player. The momentum shift is complete as he pushes his lead to 6-3. He is just unstoppable right now, securing another flawless victory. A sharp turn from their last series together. He is putting on a clinic, extending the streak to 6 and entering the mid-match break with total control. Things are looking very bleak for the lower seed right now. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated going into the match. He's really leveraging his high map win rate to keep the pressure on. Let's see if Omnic can dig deep. Aster is currently putting a huge strain on his opponent by racking up an 11-25 result for Omnic across the board today. You can tell that the lower ranked player is really struggling to find any consistency in this block. I wonder if he can actually find a way to reset. Aster keeps his foot on the gas at 9-6. Omnic tried to put together a rally, but Aster shuts that door immediately. Aster maintains his grip, moving ahead to a 10-7 lead. He's fighting to get back to his usual standard. He's staying strong, taking a second straight to bring the gap down to 2. Wow, what a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep the comeback rolling. He is truly refusing to go away now. Both players landed a few shots, but Aster manages to come out on top. He's really trying to bounce back from those recent losses to Ignis. What an exchange! Both of them were practically empty, but he manages to pull through to reach match point. Pure grit shown in that last exchange. Omnic refuses to surrender, answering back with a crisp shot to keep this series alive. He's certainly not backing down from the pressure. What a way to seal it! Aster closes out the series with an effortless final shot to secure the victory. Omnic really made him sweat for it, refusing to just lay down and give up. He's got to be proud of how he pushed the top seed. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Ignis facing off today on Fast Aim. Aster enters this one with a strong 65% win rate on this map. It's an interesting contrast because Ignis actually has a slight lead in their head-to-head history. I wonder if Aster can use that map familiarity to finally tilt the overall balance in his favor. Aster just slapped him off that wine box, putting a complete shutout on the early map. A really different start compared to their last series. Ignis gets the first one back, securing a lightning fast shot to get on the board. Aster is really putting the pressure on, shutting down that ramp angle to build a significant lead. Ignis claims another from the wine box, refusing to let the scoreline slide too far. He's definitely not letting that favorite status get to his head. Aster secures another quick one from the ramp, really starting to widen the gap here. Aster has an impressive 66% overall win rate in his career. It's a high standard for a player ranked 20th, but he's definitely living up to that reputation right now. I'm curious to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Aster just blew through that defense, picking him right off the wine box for a 4th consecutive win. Ignis secures another from the wine box to keep things interesting. He's proving why he's been so dangerous in these matchups recently. Aster goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, the favorite is looking completely lost right now. We expected a tight battle, but Aster is just outplaying him across every exchange. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis manages to secure the kill from the ramp, proving he's still very much in this game. He's showing the same poise we saw in their previous series. Aster's now sitting on a huge 10-4 lead. Despite that 13-9 loss they just had on Redline, the momentum is shifted. Ignis is making himself comfortable on that window, shutting down Aster's momentum yet again. He is just a couple of quick exchanges away from wrapping this up. Just as you'd expect from the higher rated player in this pairing. He puts an end to that momentum from the ramp, moving himself one step closer to victory. Absolutely sensational! Aster picks him right off the toolbox and closes it out in a landslide victory. He completely took over this series, finally getting his revenge after that tough loss on Redline earlier. Welcome everyone to Italy. Today we have Aster and Ignis facing off to see who can claim the victory. Aster enters this series with a strong 66% win rate here. It's interesting because he's generally been the one to struggle in these head-to-head clashes. Now we'll see if he can translate that map advantage into a lead. Ignis is taking control, pushing ahead, 2-1. The rank 18 guy is starting to wake up. Ignis is starting to build a really nice cushion here, looking very comfortable early on. Ignis is just dominating this, sitting on a 4-1 lead. Just a few matches ago, the outcome went the other way. Unbelievable. He barely survived that scramble, scraping through with a sliver of health to stay in this. He's fighting to keep pace with the expectations for this match. Aster has been playing very well today with a 22-14 record. I'm wondering if that high activity is actually working against him, as the pressure seems to be getting to him in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can reset and find his focus. Ignis is just cruising right now, leading 6-3. The head-to-head record is practically a dead heat. Ignis is putting an immense amount of pressure on his opponent right now, really putting a grip on this match. Ignis holds a commanding 3-round lead at 7-4. That's a very fast trade of rounds right there. Ignis goes into the break with a solid 8-4 advantage. Well, this is exactly how the analyst expected it to go. Now Aster needs to capitalize on his map expertise to close the gap. Time for a change of pace. Aster narrows the gap, now trailing by 3. It looks like the higher rated player is finally finding some traction. Ignis is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. It's a different story than that blowout on fast aim. Ignis is just not letting up, really keeping the pressure on as we approach the end of the game. Ignis is nearly home, sitting comfortably at 10-6. Just a quick snapshot of how these two always clash. Aster is still fighting hard, but it's 10-7 for Ignis. He's certainly bringing that 13-5 momentum from their last encounter here. Ignis really stepped up his pace there to shut down that little comeback attempt. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer today. Aster is finally starting to chip away at that lead, keeping the hopes alive with a few quick responses. He's trying to force a mirrored result from that fast aim victory. Ignis just needs one more after cleaning up from the wine. It's a far cry from that dominant win he had over Jordan. Aster holds the high ground on the wine to shut that down. That was a lightning fast reaction. What a finish! Ignis closes it out with a perfect shot to take the match. He really put on a clinic here, just an incredible way to settle the score after that blowout loss on fast aim. Welcome everyone! Aster and Ignis are stepping onto the dunes for a competitive showdown to see who takes the win. Ignis holds a narrow overall advantage in their history, leading 27-25 in head-to-head wins. It's a closely contested rivalry, but the momentum is clearly with Ignis after that recent victory in their last set. We'll see if Aster can dig in and fight back. Ignis is simply on another level right now, claiming a third straight victory. Absolute perfection from that side, moving to a commanding 4-round lead. The number 20 spot on the ladder needs to start answering back. A quick exchange from the box and he finally gets his first round on the board. He's clearly showing why he's higher on the ladder right now. Ignis is just relentless, stretching his lead to 5-1. Aster generally manages a 64% win rate on this map, making this scoreline even more shocking. He usually thrives in these positions, so we have to wonder if he's just having an off day. It'll be tough to turn things around from here. Ignis keeps rolling with a massive 7-2 lead. He's really capitalizing on a strong 70% run over his last 10. The speed of these exchanges is wild. We're seeing fights decided in practically 2 seconds. A strong effort from the 21st ranked player tonight. Ignis is cruising toward the finish at 8-3. Despite the ratings, the momentum favors the man in the lead. Ignis holds a commanding 9-3 lead as we head into the break. Well, the favorite is completely owning this match right now. He's turned that slide edge into a total rout. Let's see if the tide turns. Ignis is absolutely dominating here, pushing it to 10-3. That momentum follows the results from their Italy bout earlier today. Aster finds his footing, but Ignis still sits comfortably at 10-4. He's certainly fighting to avenge that close loss on Italy. Aster is finally carving out a path back into this game, winning 2 in a row. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal firefight with practically nothing left to hold on to. That was a gamble that barely paid off. He puts a stop to that rally and moves himself to just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their current form is just too wide. Game over. Ignis closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the series. He looked sharp out there today. Aster just couldn't find a way to shut him down on his favorite map. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Aster taking on Ignis today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Ignis currently holds a 28-25 advantage in their overall head-to-head history. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this series after taking 2 of their last 3 encounters. Aster has the better record on this particular map, but he'll need to prove that today. Ignis is just dominating, leading 2 rounds to 1. He's looking for another dominant result like that 13-5 victory. That was an incredibly quick trade. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early. Ignis is really capitalizing on that height advantage, shutting Aster down from the ramp. Aster's higher rank on the ladder isn't showing up yet. A total shutout as Aster keeps his composure and tightens the grip on this series. Unreal. He barely scrapes by with a single point of health after a wild exchange. His recent form is definitely trending upward compared to Aster. Ignis has been in a remarkable run of form, winning 80% of his most recent encounters. That confidence is translating into a real stranglehold on this particular match. I wonder if Aster can find a way to break that momentum before this slips completely away. He's simply too fast for Aster right now, taking a 4th consecutive round. He's really proven to be the favorite in this matchup. A fast response from Aster to put a stop to that run. Ignis heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's just running away with this. He was the favorite coming in and he's absolutely crushing those expectations right now. Time for Aster to wake up. Ignis is nearly untouchable, sitting on a massive 10-3 lead. Aster is really struggling to find the same rhythm he had during that 13-5 blowout. Ignis is just too fast. He secured that victory easily from the ramp. His recent form is looking a lot more stable than Aster's. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange and now moves within a single round of victory. A huge stop for Aster, walking away nearly unscathed to delay the end. Ignis had looked completely in control until this moment. And there it is, Ignis shuts the door with a clean finish to seal the victory. It's just a rough day at the office for Aster, who couldn't find any answers for that aggressive playstyle. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off now, with the slight favorite Ignis looking to keep their momentum. Ignis has held a slight edge over the long term, winning 54% of their encounters. Well, it looks like that history is continuing here, as he's coming off a heavy streak of wins against his opponent. I wonder if Aster can finally break that cycle today. Unreal, Aster barely survives with a single hit point after clearing him off the ramp. Aster is completely turning the tables here, utilizing that ramp to reclaim control of the server. It's a complete reset, given how dominant Ignis was in their last few meetings. Ignis is quickly recovering his footing and really leaning into the high ground to take a narrow lead. Tough to shake off those losses from earlier today. Ignis is just too quick right now, easily picking Aster off that ramp. He's been absolutely dominant in their other meetings today. Aster just shuts things down from below, forcing a total deadlock in the set. He's fighting hard after those tough losses earlier today. We're all squared up at 4 apiece now. A huge shift in energy, considering how lopsided their previous maps were. He just refuses to miss, knocking his opponent off the ramp for a third straight win. A sharp response from Ignis to keep things perfectly even. The odds favor the result exactly like this one. Another quick finish for Ignis, and he's really starting to pull away just before we hit the break. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly, Aster is playing way above his head right now. He's erasing that earlier deficit to prove he can hang with the favorite in this set. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis secures a narrow 7-6 advantage. Ignis has definitely been the one to beat in the recent series. Good heavens, what a fight! Aster somehow claws his way out of that chaotic exchange to even the score. A huge mental shift for someone who lost 3 straight earlier. Aster grabs the lead, pushing it to 8-7. He's finally managing to shake off those brutal losses from their earlier sets. Aster keeps rolling, catching Ignis on the ramp to push his lead to 2. It's a complete reversal from those blowouts we saw an hour ago. Ignis finds his mark to stop that momentum cold. His current form is practically unmatched in this series. Both of them fought for the ramp that time, but Ignis managed to secure the better angle. He's showing why he's a dangerous opponent today. Absolute precision from Ignis, who's now surged ahead with 3 straight victories. Aster finds the opening to bring this all the way back to a 10-10 tie, knocking the opponent off the ramp. He's really putting those heavy losses from their other matches aside. These rounds are flying by. Ignis is really putting a lot of pressure on the clock right now. That was an effortless blow for Ignis, who now needs just one more to end this. What a way to close it out! Ignis shuts the door and claims the victory. Aster put up an incredible fight, especially with those few times he nearly died, but still walked away. He really pushed him to the limit. A tough loss for Aster. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Ignis are facing off on fast aim, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Ignis is on fire lately and is clearly not intimidated by Aster's record on this map. Another fast exchange as both players fight for control of that ramp, but Ignis is just quicker today. He's clearly carrying that momentum from their earlier encounters today. Aster holds his ground on the ramp, effectively evening things up after that quick start by Ignis. He's fighting to shake off those 3 losses from earlier. Ignis has really established himself as the bogeyman for Aster lately, holding a 30-25 lead in their head-to-head. He simply outclassed him in their most recent clashes today, and it feels like that mental edge is starting to weigh on Aster. Aster stays composed and picks him right off the ramp, refusing to fall too far behind. He's proving that the rating gap isn't as wide as it looks. Ignis is dominating this set, currently leading 5-2. The match mirrors the blowouts we saw earlier in the day. Aster clears him off the ramp and refuses to let this gap grow. He's definitely pushing back against those pre-match expectations. He's taking control of the server, knocking Ignis off that ramp to close the gap to just 1. Slowing down a bit after such a strong start. What a turnaround! Aster has completely flipped the script to bring this map all the way back to a deadlock. The momentum shift is total from how this started. Absolute control now as he puts together a 4-round run heading into the break. A complete change of pace heading into the halftime break. We're all square at 6 apiece. Aster is completely ignoring the script here. After getting crushed in their previous games today, he's finally found a way to neutralize the favorite before the side switch. Let's see if the heat hold. He just outduels him from the ramp, taking a narrow lead as the rally continues. He's really rewriting the narrative from their previous meetings. He just blasts him right off that ramp, looking incredibly strong as he builds on this lead. He's really starting to push the pace in this second half. Aster manages to drag himself through that exchange and clears him off the wind box. He's simply too sharp with the cursor right now. Ignis manages to secure this one from the ramp, showing some real grit to stop the bleeding. The favored side is finally starting to find some footing. He quickly picks him off the window, continuing to claw back toward a dominant position. That's an effortless shutdown, and he's quickly asserting himself as the one in charge. That's definitely not the outcome the odds predicted. Ignis gets the read on him from the window, keeping himself firmly in the race. He's really leaning into that, a dominant history in their head-to-heads. Unbelievable! That was an absolute war of attrition, and he just barely manages to scrape through. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. He's completely taken over now, surging forward with 3 straight wins. Total shift in control for the underdog. Aster puts on a clinic from the wall, moving just 1 step closer to victory. The confidence is clearly shifting toward the underdog here. Unreal! He secures the final kill to seal the deal and complete an incredible turnaround. He's finally found his form after that brutal start to the series. It just wasn't Ignis' day on this map. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. Aster and Ignis are facing off now, with the slight favorite Ignis looking for a strong win. Aster is really the favorite on this map with a 63% win rate. Well, he has historically been the stronger force here, but his overall form lately has dipped significantly. It'll be interesting to see if those map numbers actually translate into results today. Ignis simply won't let up, securing his third straight round without taking a single point of damage. Aster finally finds his footing, putting a stop to the early run. Expected a bit more of a struggle for the underdog early on. He's truly digging in now, responding with another clean kill to bring the game closer. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to secure a lead. Ignis takes total control of the pace from that high ground, putting a bit of distance between them. Ignis really loves that perch, using the height to push his advantage even further. Both players traded heavy hits in a chaotic exchange, but he managed to scramble through with the kill. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Ignis currently holds a commanding lead in their lifetime head-to-head record. It is a stark contrast to how Aster has traditionally played on this map. He really needs to find a way to flip the momentum here. Ignis is comfortably ahead now with a 7-4 lead. He's really making the most of his 70% recent form. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. You know, it's exactly how the pre-match outlook played out. Aster has a bit of a hill to climb now if he wants to steal this. Time for a fresh start. Ignis looks unstoppable, stretching his lead to 9-4. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their previous meetings today. Ignis is just dominating a 10-4 lead. He's showing a lot of confidence after their recent encounters. Aster had to act fast there, but he managed to secure a quick win to keep things interesting. These exchanges are happening so fast, it's nearly impossible to keep up with the pace. Ignis shuts down that small rally by picking him off the box, moving within reach of victory. Everything about this sequence aligns with the pre-game expectations. What a play! Aster manages to flick him right off that box to stay alive. He needed that to keep his hopes alive. He's really fighting against the odds right now. And that's it. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect finish to claim the series. He really stepped up and just completely dismantled his opponent's historical advantage on this map. Welcome everyone, Aster and Ignis are heading into the Italy map to see who comes out on top today. Ignis holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, and that confidence seems to be showing as he takes an early lead here. It will be interesting to see if Aster can use his superior map win rate to turn the tide. Ignis is really rolling now, pushing ahead 2-1. A tight battle considering how close they sit on the ladder. Aster has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to bring us dead even. Unreal, both players were nearly empty, but Ignis managed to edge out the finish by a pixel. Ignis is really stacking up the wins here, and he looked completely comfortable playing from the Tetris. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. Ignis claims another victory from the wine, continuing his impressive momentum. He's showing some real grit now, cutting the deficit down to 2. Still looks like he's got the upper hand for now. Ignis has found a lot of success recently, maintaining a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, that confidence is which is really translating into his play right now. It feels like he's figured out exactly how to handle this matchup. Ignis stays firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. He's certainly acting as the favorite in this series. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5, and honestly, this is playing out exactly as the pre-match prediction suggested. He's putting the pressure on Aster and controlling the pace of this match. Time to swap sides. Ignis still holds a sturdy 3-round buffer. The head-to-head record favors the man in the lead right now. Ignis is cruising now, commanding a 4-round lead. The side-by-side rating on the ladder suggests these two are almost identical. A tough way to lose a run, as the favorite just picks up another quick point. He's certainly putting a stamp on this whole series. Aster answers back with a very clean headshot to keep the fight alive. A tight battle, considering they're sitting side by side in the rankings. That was lightning fast. Ignis isn't giving Aster any room to breathe right now. An incredibly fast reaction there, leaving him staring at the screen while Ignis reaches for victory. Aster manages to claw one back, preventing the immediate end of this set. Just a brief flicker of hope for the trailing challenger. He keeps his foot on the gas with another effortless takedown to delay the inevitable. He is simply on fire right now, putting together an impressive 3-round surge. Aster is really starting to find some answers here. What a finish! Ignis closes it out right here to secure the victory. Despite Aster having the historical edge on this map, he just couldn't find the consistency to keep up today. Welcome to Redline. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off today to see who can claim the win. Ignis holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over half of their previous encounters. It's only natural, he's looking stronger today given that recent streak of victories over Aster. This early lead might be all he needs to seize control. Aster is surging ahead now with a 2-1 lead. He is fighting to flip the script after those 2 losses earlier. Unreal how he barely survives that grueling firefight to pull him off the ramp. The momentum shift is real considering how the previous matches went. Ignis responds quickly, picking him off the ramp to stay within reach. He's been the more consistent performer throughout their day. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, quickly picking him off the Tetris to extend his lead. Aster maintains a strong 64% win rate on this map over a huge sample size. So yeah, he's definitely utilizing that familiarity to counteract the pressure from today's previous losses. I wonder if this is where he finally breaks Ignis' confidence. Ignis manages to outlast him in another battle on the ramp, steadily chipping away at that deficit. The pressure is mounting as the gap narrows. Aster holds a comfortable 2-round cushion at 6-4. He's fighting hard to erase those 2 tough losses from earlier. Aster's really dominating things now, leading 7-4. He's really making a case against the favorite stages today. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly he's completely ignored the odds in this first half. We expected the favorite to pull away, but Aster is the one dictating the pace right now. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Aster is just cruising along at 9-4. Absolute shock to see the underdog controlling this series. Aster is just seeing everything right now, catching him from the ramp for another quick win. A complete turnaround from how those first few games went. What a battle! He barely walked away from that exchange, finally knocking Ignis off the ramp. A complete flip from those 2 map losses he suffered earlier. Ignis finally gets around back to stop the bleeding. He still has to climb a mountain from here. He's back in control and just a single round away from victory. He's just completely outclassing the favorite tonight. What a finish! Aster closes out the series and walks away with the win. He really just took over the map and completely dismantled a player who's usually his kryptonite. Welcome everyone. Esther and Ignis are facing off on fast aim, where the slight favorite Ignis looks to hold the lead. Ignis currently holds a lead in their head-to-head history with 32 wins. It is an interesting dynamic because Esther actually took the most recent match between these two. We will see if the historical advantage gives Ignis the confidence to pull ahead early. Ignis keeps the momentum, pushing ahead 2-1. Esther reacts instantly to shut that door. Ignis just can't be shook, taking that high ground on the toolbox to pull further ahead. Ignis is absolutely dominating this, extending it to 4-1. He's putting that higher recent form on full display. He's showing a lot of heart right now, digging in to bring the deficit to 2. He's definitely proving why he's considered a threat today. Ignis is really making use of that verticality by securing the win from the ramp. Ignis is capitalizing on his superior recent form today. Ignis is really turning up the heat now, quickly cutting Esther down from that ramp position. That's another clean finish, and Ignis is truly starting to tear through this match. A huge blow for Esther as the momentum swings heavily, marking a 4th straight for Ignis. Esther holds his ground here, finally cutting the momentum as we head toward the break. A timely reset for the men sitting 5th in the rankings. We head into the break with Ignis leading 8-4. Well, he's really keeping up the pace he's shown in his last 10 matches. He's in a strong position to close this out if he keeps this pressure on. Let's see if Esther can rally. Esther currently holds a 65% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, the gap in their individual comfort levels here is starting to show as soon as he gets some momentum going. We need to see if Ignis can find an answer before this slide gets out of hand. Ignis is just relentless, climbing to a 10-5 lead. The momentum really mirrors their previous 2 battles today. He just completely shut that comeback attempt down from the ramp. The two are virtually tied on the ladder, but Ignis looks much sharper. Esther answers back, picking him off the ramp. They're practically identical in the rankings. Esther is putting on a show right now, putting an end to that momentum Ignis had built up. He looks like he's starting to find his footing here. Ignis puts a huge stop to that rally from the ramp, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. Esther shuts that down completely, picking Ignis right off the ramp. A precise shot to keep the pressure on. He just won't let this match slip away, keeping the deficit at 3. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the favorite right now. What a finish! Ignis secures the final round to take the match. He really managed to hold his own, but the consistency just wasn't there for Esther this time around. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Esther and Ignis stepping up for this match to see who takes the win. Ignis currently holds a 33-27 head-to-head lead over his opponent. It makes sense that the slight favorite is putting on the pressure early. It'll be interesting to see if Esther can use his historical success on this specific map to turn the tide. Ignis is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The two are fighting in a tight bracket for the top spot. Aster has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead in a hurry. This is looking more like a toss-up now. He's completely taken over the match, securing his third straight victory to move ahead. The momentum has shifted completely from their previous meeting today. Ignis reacts quickly here to even things up at 3-3. Things are staying very tight for the two of them. Aster secures that high ground, taking control of the round from the box. He's showing some great resilience after those losses on the other maps. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. The top 25 rank for Ignis is really showing tonight. Esther edges forward, clutching a narrow 5-4 lead. Esther looks very comfortable in this space today. Aster continues to be a huge problem from that elevation, really putting Ignis on his heels. Goodness, he barely scrapes through that one, a nail-biting finish to keep the streak alive. That's some incredible nerve to play with such low health. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely making a statement here. He's putting his strong map history to good use to put Ignis in a tough spot. Time to see if Ignis responds. Ignis finds his feet and secures a win from the box, keeping himself in the fight. He's showing that top half ranking confidence now. Aster is just too fast when he has that height advantage, securing another round in the blink of an eye. Ignis has been in fantastic form lately, putting up a strong 2013 record over the last day. That momentum seems to be fueling his response here as he fights back into this series. I wonder if he can finally close the gap entirely. Aster's firmly in control now, leading 10-6. The rank 26 seed is really asserting himself here. Ignis narrows the gap down to a 3-round deficit. He's really managing the clock well, forcing Ignis to play a very reactive game right now. That's a huge swing compared to their last few games today. Aster guns him down from the box, moving to match point. A devastating sequence of rounds for the favorite here. Ignis manages to hold his ground here, preventing the match from ending right now. That was an incredibly quick exchange to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out to take the series victory. He really climbed back into this series and proved why he loves this map. A huge result for the underdog today. Welcome everyone. Aster and Ignis are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Let's get started. Aster normally boasts a 75% win rate here, which makes this early slip-up quite interesting. It's surprising to see him struggle right away, given how well he typically manages this specific map. He'll need to find his footing quickly to avoid a landslide. Aster's holding a narrow lead as they reset. Ignis really wants to claw back that head-to-head advantage. We're seeing a real back and forth here, with neither player able to sustain a lead for long. Ignis is closing in with only 1 point trailing Aster. We've got a total deadlock with Aster and Ignis tied up. They've played dozens of these bouts before, and it shows in the closeness. The rounds are flying by. We're seeing a lot of quick exchanges early on. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt here. Complete stalemate as we head into round 9. Both of these guys are essentially mirrored in the rankings right now. Ignis just snatched a slim lead going into round 9. He's definitely looking to assert his dominance in this rivalry. The pace is just lightning fast today, and the momentum is shifting every single round. The parity between these two is honestly striking. Aster regains his edge, leading 6-5. That's already a strong track record for the day. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely fighting the label of the underdog right now. He just needs to keep this energy up as the sides switch. Time to see how they respond. Aster holds a slim 1-point cushion as we start. The head-to-head history actually favors Ignis across their 61 meetings. And just like that, Aster and Ignis are locked. Ignis has been far more consistent in his form lately. Ignis is absolutely on fire right now, taking total control of the map. These two are nearly identical on the ladder right now. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his run to 4 straight. His recent form has been considerably sharper during this stretch. Absolutely crushing it. He's now claiming 5 consecutive rounds. He's certainly living up to that favorite status today. He's simply not missing, extending that surge to half a dozen straight. He's playing with a tremendous amount of confidence right now. Pure perfection from the favorite, securing yet another clean point to put himself 1 step away from the win. Aster finally puts a stop to that run, keeping himself in the game. His composure is finally returning after that rough stretch. A gritty exchange of fire, but Aster manages to edge out the victory. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. What a stand! He's completely taking over now and refuses to let the match slip away. And that is it. He closes the show with a flawless final encounter to secure the victory. He really managed to dismantle that map advantage. Aster gave him everything he had, but that sub-second reaction time was just too fast. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off, with Ignis entering this match as the slight favorite. Aster is looking very comfortable here, especially with that 65% win rate on the map. It's a significant contrast to how things went for him in their most recent series together. He'll want to maintain this early lead to flip the script on Ignis. Aster's on a roll now, leading 2-1. Ignis is really leaning into that head-to-head advantage today. These exchanges are happening so fast. Aster is just out-dueling him in a phone booth right now. The Rankins had these two locked in a dead heat. Ignis secures a huge angle from the Tetris to bring this right back to a one-round game. Total deadlock now, with both players sitting at 3. The favorite is showing exactly why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. Aster pulls ahead, taking a thin lead at 4-3. The two are practically identical in the rankings. Aster has looked a bit shaky overall, with just a 30% win rate in his last 10 outings. Well, that makes this current run of form all the more impressive. He's really turning a tough week around with his quick win. Unbelievable. He's just completely owning this set now, moving to a 7-3 lead. Another flawless trade for Aster, who is just refusing to let up as we approach the break. Aster heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, he's completely flipped the script as the underdog here. He looked far more precise on the map than anyone anticipated. Ignis really needs to wake up. Aster is just merciless, pushing it to 10-3. He's really shaking off that loss from their Blame Orange series. Ignis is completely falling apart here. He's just a few rounds away from a total washout. Ignis is fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. It's a small glimmer of hope for the higher rated man. What a scrap! Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. He's starting to look like a completely different player now, extending that streak to 3. He puts himself in the driver's seat now, just one more round for the victory. The momentum has completely shifted since their last encounter. A crisp reaction there, and he manages to deny the match-ending blow. A solid response by Ignis to keep things interesting. Another rapid response from Ignis, keeping the deficit at 4 for now. A really clean look at the target for a fast win. What a finale! Aster wins the duel and closes out the series. He really played the map perfectly. It's a great way to bounce back from those early losses in the series. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Ignis are stepping onto fast aim for a close clash. Let's see who wins. Aster is coming in with a very strong 65% win rate on this specific map. But he's had a bit of a rough run lately in his last 10 outings. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually leverage that historical map edge today. Ignis is really heating up, leading 2-1. These two have been trading blows all day long. Aster has a sudden burst of momentum here, quickly clawing back into a tie. It's surprising to see the favorite struggling this early. That's another clean victory for Aster, who's completely flipped the script on this map. A gritty exchange that ends with Ignis pulling ahead to level the score. Aster really made the most of that ramp position to keep his edge here. He's trying to shake off that loss from the orange map. Unreal! Both players were nearly depleted, but Aster barely survives that shootout with a tiny sliver of health. He's just untouchable right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. The higher ranked side is really asserting himself here. Ignis is showing some real grit here, shutting that window of opportunity fast. A perfect set of shots as he keeps the momentum rolling right before the break. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to reclaim the lead. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing like the favorite right now. The underdog is capitalizing on his map experience to hold a narrow lead. Let's see if Ignis finds his rhythm. Incredible fighting spirit from Ignis, who barely edges out the win from that ramp position. That was a desperate scramble to secure the round. He's staying strong, locking in for a second straight win to level the series. It's a complete reset for the two of them. Aster manages to sneak back ahead, 8-7. A ruthless showing to bring the score level, continuing the charge for Ignis. A quick recovery to put him right back in this fight. He is putting on a clinic right now, staying completely unscathed in that exchange. What a scrap! Aster survives by the skin of his teeth to bring this game back to a deadlock. Neither side is giving an inch in this series. Ignis shuts this down from the ramp, showing impressive resilience to claim a 10-9 lead. He's really starting to lean into that favorite status. He secures another win from the ramp, continuing a really impressive climb back into this match. Aster just blew through that defense to shut down the ramp and force a tight race. A super clean reaction to stop that slide. What a response! He walks away completely healthy, putting the pressure firmly back on Aster. The favorite is truly digging in deep here. Absolutely stunning. Ignis closes it out and secures the victory after a fierce climb back from behind. Aster really pushed him to the limit, but that sheer speed in the closing moments was just too much to handle. He had to work for that. Welcome to the show. We've got Esther taking on Ignis on red line to see who comes out on top today. Esther holds a significant 64% win rate on this particular terrain, and it gives him a huge tactical advantage today. It's interesting because Ignis has generally owned this matchup over their history. He'll need to find a way to break that trend quickly. Ignis has a slim lead, pushing ahead 2-1. The higher rated player is really asserting himself early. He's just totally in control now, putting together a strong early run. His head-to-head lead overall makes this performance feel quite expected. He's simply refusing to slow down, extending that streak to 4. Things are looking familiar after their clash on fast aim. Esther finds his mark from the ramp to secure a vital round. The slight underdog is starting to dig in. Ignis is just too sharp right now, completely erasing that ramp advantage Esther tried to set up. He's playing really well despite the high volume of games today. Esther is refusing to quit, quickly picking Ignis off that ramp. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Ignis has played way more matches in his career, with over 11,000 on his record. So yeah, that massive experience base seems to be helping him out in the mental game today. We'll see if Esther can find a way to claw back. He's showing some serious grit here, taking this round without taking a single hit. He's really battling through this set as the designated underdog. Unbelievable. He somehow claws back through the chaos to survive with just a sliver of health. Total chaos on that exchange, but he walks away with the round. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's used that head-to-head advantage to stay in the driver's seat so far. He's not letting this match slip away, putting together another strong frame to keep the pressure on. He's certainly shaking off those earlier nerves as we enter this stretch. A tough spot for Esther, who just got caught in a fierce shootout right there on the ramp. A really solid way to maintain his current lead. Esther finishes a totally clean exchange here, refusing to let the momentum slide back toward his opponent. Absolutely incredible. He's completely leveled the playing field to bring this match to a dead heat. Total parity now in this clash. Ignis edges ahead, holding on to a thin one-round lead. A strong day so far with 22 wins on the board. What a fight! He manages to barely scrape through the chaos from that ramp. That's a nail-biter of a finish for the leading player. Ignis puts an end to the comeback by picking him off the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. He's really finding his form after that tough loss to Esther on AIM Italy P. What an absolute war! He refuses to crumble and just barely survived that brutal exchange. Man, he just refuses to go down quietly. Ignis puts on a clinic from the ramp, placing himself just a single round away from victory. Game over! Ignis shuts the door and secures a huge victory! Esther really put up a fight, but he just couldn't find a way to close the gap against that level of skill. He fought hard for every single round. Tough loss for Esther,